and misleading and dishonest in a very real way. But if if you can't shit in the toilet, then you've got bigger problems than if you're being totally honest or genuine or totally precise or something. Because what allows you to shit in the toilet is just this. Is nobody. Is nowhere. Otherwise, if it were that way, then the brain would be like you'd be getting electroshock therapy all the time about overstimulation, all these things going on, all these people that you've ever met, all these thoughts that you've ever had. So the only option is that it's nothing. It's the only option. When you're older, when you're younger, when you've gone through trauma, when you've gone through all kinds of big special experiences, the only option is that it's nothing. Because where has all of that gone? There's no explanation about it. There's no explanation needed for this. Because it's so immediate. The immediacy is more precise than anything that we could think about that immediacy. So do you want to have coffee or tea? Or like the Zen master Joshu, some new monk, said, hey man, I want to get fucking enlightened. And, in this context of intimacy and self-sacrifice and vulnerability and investment and all that. And Joshu said, have you eaten your breakfast? Or has your tent flown away in the wind? Yeah. So, sit there and fucking drink your tea. So we're looking at each other or something, we get the self, this is someone, this is someone, this is something. But actually, there's so much raw not that, actually, in all of our experience. And what we're making a story really out of is that we have gas, that the body has gas, or that we're cold or something. There's nothing significant, nothing special about having gas or being cold. But we're making this whole narrative and belief system about that's just nonsense.
So, would you also align with the thought that, like, the sense of self is just like taking a shit?
Sure. I mean, well, it's that there is no self to have a sense of. That the self is, like separation, a ridiculous view, an erroneous view, a wrong view.
Which cannot be held.
No, because we can say we're somewhere, but where the hell is somewhere? And you write a book, you talk about all these things, you go through all these narratives, but the immediacy of clearly not being somewhere, not something happening, no things, unless we were fixating, is just, pounding us, just like the wind would pound you, or the cold would pound you, or the heat would pound you. It's unavoidable, unescapable, and unrecognizable. So it's kind of great. It's kind of a relief, but also to say that is just it's as much a disaster as it is a great success. Like realizing that you're a monkey again or something. But then and yet we can go to the coffee shop, or we can have a tea, or we can build a community, or whatever. Seemingly. But not really. Not that things don't appear to be happening, but that there's not separation in happening. Just like there's not separation. That plant, that green plant there, definitely appears to be seemingly separate from the soil. But that's ridiculous. That's impossible. So the self and separation are just false principles. You catch this? Good. If your life goes fully down and there's no help and you're deadlocked, that's a great circumstance to stop being someone, to stop believing in and fixating on the idea of someone, and to realize the immediacy of direct experience that is thingless, that doesn't have anything to do with anything. You know, or to go and become a monk or a nun, seemingly. So, if someone were in front of your house dying from thirst, that it just seems that way. Whether you give them water or not is just a story. They're going to die anyway, aren't they? You're not flying over to selling your house and flying over to Africa. Why is it more important if someone's showing up at your house? That's just a story. That's a story about you and what's important to you. But the notion of helping someone else is not about you. So what about all those people that need help? So there's not actually anybody that needs help. There's not actually anybody who can give any help. There's not actually any society or modernity or whatever. It's just appearances like clouds, equal to clouds in this immediate direct experience that's not about anything and not about anyone. So that goes to the song, you know, nowhere to go, nothing to do. We're all moving on. We're all moving on a journey to nowhere, taking it easy, taking it slow, no more worry, no need to hurry, nothing to carry, let it all go. Now, you sing that fucking happy song when there's a starving child in front of you. That's what it's actually about. But it's not about that or not that. Because maybe that person who showed up at your door, who's starving or is dehydrated, they're too far gone. So you can see the irreverence or the irrelevance of singing that song at a time like that, because it's about this positivity. But there is no positivity in immediacy. It's just the way that it is.
But Ajahn Brahm was saying tonight about being joyful and being...
Yeah, it's the same thing as saying there's gold over there. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. It's trying to make a story relevant again. There's no story that's relevant here. There's no words and phrases put together that are relevant here. This idea of specialness about what seems to be being said here or what seems to be said over there is empty of specialness. But who are you going to let tell you that coffee doesn't exist? Especially when you're at the coffee shop. So the Ajahn Brahm and the Thich Nhat Hanh and all this, all my sayings about that, just go and see. Go and experience for yourself. Because my experience of it isn't going to help you. Because what this isn't owned by anybody. And isn't anything. So a non-reliance on thoughts entirely would be a good way to say practical or skillful or real meditation, natural meditation. So we're always trying to justify the self with this person or in that situation or what have you, but that moment is the moment when, the only moment when recognition can take place. Recognition of something that you can't realize, and for there to be no one to realize that.
And is that where the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, and you find refuge in that moment, like constantly?
Well, you can't find refuge actually. And that's true refuge. And that's just what seeming, in the same way that a coffee shop is about selling coffee, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha is about this. But this isn't anything. It's kind of like trying to figure out a way to live knowing that you'll die, or realizing that you'll die. Or the Huato practice, thought head practice would be, who were you before your parents were born? So it's perplexed, and then we penetrate it.
Why are there so many barriers in the way of it, like physically and mentally? If it just is, then why is it so difficult to conceptualize or realize?
Because there's nobody who can conceptualize or realize. Just like there's nobody who can make the sun rise or the sun fall.
Shouldn't it be natural?
There's no should. There's no should in this, in immediacy.
So everything has to fall apart, like dissolve.
Well, everything is just nothing. Everything is nothing. And if you look from the view of yourself or of things, well, you say, well, this can't be nothing, but this is dissolving. So instead of saying that it's something or it's nothing, think of you, because what you're really saying is that it's a thing that another thing can perceive, that two things can rely on one another. But imagine if you were saying instead that you were able to hold on to it. This is just like solid water. But you can't actually hang on to water. You can't grab a fistful of water. You also can't grab a fistful of this because it's permeable. It's dissolving. Just doesn't seem to be dissolving maybe, but the water, if you tried to grab a hold of the water, it would seem to be dissolving. If you tried to grab a hold of air, it would seem to be dissolving. Oh, I feel it, but cannot get it. Well, you have to see how addicted you are to you. You have to see how addicted you are to the story. That's maybe too much, but to I and you and that. And then you say, well, wait a minute, what's going on here? And this curiosity kind of builds, seemingly. Then you really want to see what's going on here. Inside yourself, or inside, yourself, because just like if you wanted to go to the toilet, you wouldn't go and consult with somebody about that. You go to the toilet. But not really.
Last couple of days I keep coming back to this notion of play. Because sometimes it's like the being concerned with the Dhamma sometimes feels like it's falling short. So
Being concerned with the Dhamma feels like it's falling short?
Yeah, in the sense that it's like we're always, because even that endeavor of being concerned with the Dharma perpetuates, the me as well, to a certain degree. So I keep coming back to this notion of play. I'm not sure why, but I feel like it's because
What do you think play is? How do you describe play?
that's a good question, actually, because I'm not really sure how I would answer that. But to stop being concerned with the Dhamma. That's, yeah.
Isn't play like a sense of joy and a sense of just being not concerned with anything? Like
Sense of freedom, sense of wonder?
Yeah, it's like childlike,
I suppose that'd be a good definition for it. But childlike is childism as well, even though it's positive. But yeah, I mean, this is more like a choicelessness, and so I guess my position that I fall into is that this is what my life seemingly is concerned with, and so there are others who seem to be, we can't backtrack, we can't put down the math of how we got here, superficially, but not really. So,
But even when you say like my life seems to be concerned about so and so, like
Yeah.
that's just you also just, kind of perpetuating your own self.
yeah.
So because I can't fully articulate it, but it kind of comes back to this notion of like seriousness, non-seriousness. Because there's this heavy undertone of like seriousness in this. Sometimes I think
Well,
maybe
it's the
that's
coffee shop. It's the coffee shop when you're buying coffee, and then when the clerk pulls a gun on you. So this is not something special.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah. So then it's like, it's like another thought that I keep having is just chop wood, carry water. It's just that too.
well, they say before enlightenment, the mountains were mountains and the rivers were rivers. During enlightenment, the mountains were not mountains and the rivers were not rivers. After enlightenment, the mountains again are just mountains and the rivers again are just rivers. But I guess in some sense, for this apparent me that's not really there, and maybe more so seemingly in the past when I think about myself, there's an appreciation for strength. So
But there's nothing there to be strong.
yeah, that's a false premise that there could be something there to be strong. It's ridiculous. Concerned with the Dharma, which is, not something special, not something at all.
I wonder what the kind of justification is for this like ability to endure, because that's like a common theme in this like Dharma refinement.
Well, there's a sense of wanting to help. There's a sense of wanting to have relationship with others, to meet my needs, right? I mean, just in a purely selfish way. Maybe I don't always want to cook for myself. Maybe it's nice to have somebody else cook for you. So yeah, it seems like that, but that's just another story, that kind of overlays the immediacy of storylessness, or another thought that overlays thoughtlessness unnecessarily.
Yeah.
So we ask all these questions, but who are you to ask a question? You're nobody. Maybe I'll throw a pail of water on you when you're freezing cold, and then I'll go and live my life. So maybe the side effects or the effects of that will be very poor for you, but maybe seemingly I'll live a great life. So it's just all this holding on to someone, to story. Maybe can you backtrack a little bit? What was that question that I said about the cooking? When I answered about the cooking? How's the audio over there on YouTube? Can everybody hear okay? This is a mutual self-inquiry practice.
Was it related to enduring?
Yeah, it was related to enduring. Yeah, so that's like this seeming situation, like the coffee shop again. Like you seem to have cancer, you believe that you have cancer, so you go to a doctor, and so the doctor is going to check for you. Or someone shows up at your house and they say they're thirsty and they need water, so you fucking give them some water. But you could just as well not give them some water and beat the shit out of them. So the enduring is just in line with like the ordinariness. But once again, it's just us trying to make a story again that would be irrelevant if we were in the serious meditation practice. So even if we were in what that enduring is kind of talking about, the talking about enduring would be irrelevant. It's just our motivation to keep facing and looking at this immediacy. But there's no you to do that. There's no you that could do that. Or is there? What is this? What is this you? Well, it's a word, it's a sound, it's a thought, it's a notion, it's a premise, it's a view.
I think the reason I keep coming back to play is because I feel like laughter can also be an expression of realization.
Yeah.
Because in a way, it's like paradoxes canceling each other out or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So, because otherwise, this perpetuating this narrative of enduring and being concerned with the Dharma and all of that is like me putting myself through hell.
Yeah. Yeah. But you're not. Already. Like this is all, whatever this is already complete. This is already finished. This is already resolved.
Yeah.
This is already the way that it is. So, you know, do I need to think more about the way that it is? Unnecessary. Do I need to add unnecessary thoughts? So, Master Seung Sahn said, only don't know, just go straight with your life. You don't have to think about what other people think or what other people want or what other people need. You don't have to think about anything. You just make a choice, not actually, but seemingly you make a choice. So just go straight in that. See what happens. And I think the helping or the enduring or the making of blessings is that people may want to do that, but then they're doing that with all this affliction. So you say, okay, this is how you do that without affliction. Or you learn to turn off that affliction. But getting like an absolutist idea about non-self is still a thing. Being absolute about a thing. So then you might as well go protest at the coffee shop. About what? Who the fuck knows? What, you know? So it's like, do you have to divorce your wife or break up with your partner because you're now concerned with the Dharma or because there's not someone? No, because there's never been someone. Because it's not something special to seek after or to avoid. It's nothing. But that doesn't mean you're going to go and throw your partner off a bridge. You're nothing. So it is like going with the flow in a certain sense of the direction that you're going in. Or the direction that's going. Be the flow rather than the outflows or the inflows, just flow. But if you're doing that and then maybe you're aware of it or someone else is aware of it, that you're around, that you're afflicted, it's really you're aware of it that you're afflicted, otherwise it doesn't matter, then you probably don't want to be that way. And the best way for you to not be that way is to realize that there is no you. There is no birth and death. There's no someone to die. There's no somewhere to get to. But that's not like a complacency or a dullness. That's more like a wakefulness and an aliveness that's not conflicted or afflicted, because it's not anything. So just like with drinking water or eating food, actually you don't have to do that. Actually, you can just sit there and die. Actually, you don't have to stop being afflicted. You can be an angry, psychotic, evil, insane person, as much as you can say, hey, wait a minute. But in the apparent coffee shop, you don't go there and shit on the floor. You go there and you order a coffee or whatever. So in the apparent self, you might want to work with it, but the best way to work with it is to realize that there's nobody there to begin with. You know, that aditya has stopped in a general sense or in an immediate sense, but not in a kind of full or complete sense, seemingly. Because there's not actually any aditya to stop, to have stopped. Aditya or Rob. And then this, like, let's say this wisdom and compassion, it's blows out all of the story and all of the non-story. So even in doing whatever you're doing, you're blowing out the flame of the story in that. Doesn't matter how it appears. There's a beyondness of appearances, even beyond appearances, that is paramount. And this is kind of difficult to deal with, kind of like dealing with someone else's shit is difficult. But if you can gather up as many people's shit as you possibly can, that's going to be great compost. That's going to be great nourishment for the soil. You can't say, well, no, actually it's not. Well, it is, right? Just like fire is hot, water is wet. And there's a Zen saying, there is darkness within light, but do not see it as light. There is light within darkness, but do not see it as darkness, or whatever. You know, there's cold and heat, but do not see it as cold, or you'll burn the shit out of yourself. So we can say, you know, I'm still on my journey, you're still on your journey, we're on our way to this place. But clearly that's not the case at all, immediately. So I think really it's not as much taking refuge in the Dharma, the profound Dharma, as it is, this is a good fucking cup of joe. And I like drinking good coffee. So then you don't have to apply so much specialness to it.
But there would never be anyone who can drink the coffee or enjoy the coffee.
Well, there is no coffee.
Yeah.
So it says here, the clear conviction that phenomena are non-existent is reached essentially as follows. Because phenomenal existence, all things in samsara and nirvana, is without intrinsic being. So the duality means that there's no intrinsic being, like you depend on that plant, which is ridiculous, but that's what we're breaking out of. It transcends the status of existence. Since it is unceasing in the way that it appears, it transcends the state of non-existence. Not existent and not non-existent, it transcends the state of being both. Not being both, it goes beyond the state of being neither. And so this is to fucking our ego. Ooh, and that's when you know it's a fucking good it's a good cappuccino, when you fucking hit that shit and you're that's your DMT right there. its ultimate quintessence, or like finishedness or alreadiness, quiescence, evenness, its already evenness, quintessence, is beyond all thought and word, beyond all indication. The nature of phenomena is primordially pure, but childish beings, I would say that's a little bit childish, but we're not going to focus on that right now. But childish beings, immature beings, ignorant of this, adopt some things and others they reject. Clinging to their various views, they are permanently fettered. Clinging to the features they perceive, how pained they are. Clinging to a self in what is non-existent, how they are deluded. It's like the existence of your family in Sydney. It's like the existence of my plan to go to Bali or over there. It doesn't have to be personalized at all. So what is non-existent? Where is it? It's like if someone said they were going to give you some gold and all you got to do is give the jacket off your back. All right, well, show me the fucking gold. Where is it? This, that. Just words and phrases, which is clearly not what you're talking about. Clinging to the aspects of the aspectless, how they tire themselves. Drifting in samsara constantly, how pitiful they are. So it's one thing, like on our trip, to stop and say, fuck all, I don't want to go anywhere. Or, maybe because you're the one driving or whatever, and say, I don't want to go anywhere, there's nowhere to go, etc., and just sit there. That's full on, that's fine, there's no problem in that. But clinging to a self, clinging to the features, clinging to the aspects, is this drifting in samsara constantly. How pitiful that is. So the sun of ultimate reality, awareness, self-arisen, as it is, immediately, spontaneously, is covered by white clouds of virtue and black clouds of sin. So our virtue, or our good deeds, and our bad deeds are still clouds, covering up this sun of ultimate reality. And it is overwhelmed by lightning bolts. Passionate endeavor in adopting and rejecting. So that's when we start to electrocute ourselves, when we have this passionate endeavor to adopt and reject. Like when I was in India, I was being fucking electrocuted because I was trying to practice to get free. So I was electrocuting by these, overwhelmed by these lightning bolts of this passionate endeavor to get enlightened. Beings thus are drenched in pouring rains, the false appearances of happiness and sorrow. These bring samsara's seeds to ripeness as the crop of 6 migrations. Beings are tormented. So 6 migrations, he's maybe talking about something, I don't know the details. But it always just comes back to this immediacy. Just as ropes and golden chains bind equally, virtuous and unvirtuous states bind equally the ultimate definitive quintessence. This sun of ultimate reality, awareness, immediacy. So the generosity or the precepts or the goodness and the badness and the awareness of that is more just making community conducive, making relationships conducive to fulfill our needs. But this immediacy is free of hope and hopelessness. Free of six migrations equals the six classes of beings. So that's like ghosts and gods. So I was talking with somebody, I said, you know, the cities are good for gods. The cities are good for people in the God realms. But if you're not in the God realms, it's a pretty shitty situation. And remember, I don't know who you were listening to or where it came up, but the God realm is like your experience is so pleasant and enjoyable that you don't have the good conditions to see the suffering underneath. The unsatisfactoriness and pleasure. If Rob was here, he'd be doing very good compared to where he's been. You know, Rob was non-binary for a little bit there. He lost his gender. India took my gender from me. Have you realized it, Aditya? Have you realized the truth?
There is no truth to realize.
Oh. There's no coffee to drink, eh? Well, pass it over here then, whatever that is.
And there's no me to realize it either.
It is crucial thus to understand that yogis who have realized suchness see beyond the causal law of virtue and of sin. Self-arisen wisdom wells up from within. The dark night of causality is scattered. The massing clouds of good and evil melt away. The sun of ultimate luminosity shines in the sky of Dharmadhatu. You gain a clear and final certainty. You come to this conviction without need of the 10 elements. All the causal vehicles are surpassed thereby. That awareness, self-cognizing, open, unimpeded, free of all appearance, beyond all concentrated meditation on an object, devoid of all conceptual construction, is the state wherein phenomena are all exhausted. They are all exhausted in awareness. Awareness, too, as a phenomena itself, comes to exhaustion. Exhaustion, non-exhaustion. Yogis understand them both to be unreal. They are convinced beyond all doubt that things transcend existence, non-existence, definition, and expression. So this is things becoming nibbana, things becoming the awareness. All things are just awareness, transcending existence, non-existence, definition, and expression, without a point of reference, thinking it is this. Yogis are enveloped in an all-pervading vastness. For them, phenomena are all exhausted. The ordinary mind is passed beyond. And for such yogis, what a joy this is. A joy that is a seamless state of dharmata, original nature, true nature. In this, yogis of the past, the future, and the present time are merged with the single ultimate expanse of wisdom mind. The realization of such yogis equals that of Buddhas and Vidyadharas. So that's the Zen or the non-dual, the Dzogchen view of this awareness being even with the awareness of a Buddha. This realization being equal to the realization of the Buddha. And I guess they'd take it far as everyone is a Buddha. But then some Zen master would say, you meet the Buddha, kill that motherfucker. Daiwai, who's a Tibetan monk in New Mexico, around the New Mexico, Colorado area, says, material world is God teaching you to come home.
Or you could say material world is teaching you never left home. Or that there is no you to even leave home.
Well, once you're home, you're home. So then all of the superstition about you or not you is irrelevant. It's irrelevant to that, like it said here with the exhaustion or non-exhaustion or self and non-self. Yogis understand them both to be unreal.
Right now I keep thinking about this separation and non-duality, like that.
Well, thinking about it is dualistic because it's going to be your thoughts. Whereas the thoughts of a realizer or something of suchness are like nimittas or mind happenings or spontaneous seeing a Buddha in front of you or seeing light in front of you or something like that. So actually all of these things are that. All objects are that. But the thinking is creating this dualism about it. Or the thinking is a kind of dualism about it. Man, that wind did not like Lee's attitude the other night. Are you there, Lee? Look what you've done. Look what you've brought upon this work and this caravan. No, it's the opposite. Daiwai says, are you in the mirror or are you in the reflections? Right? So it says here, a clear conviction thus is reached that phenomena transcend all names. So when you're thinking about it, you're giving names to phenomena. And then you're kind of contracting the mind so that you can't, like the fucking super yogis and stuff, they can do time travel, they can do you know how you can experience time dilation?
Yeah.
Like something feels short and long? They can experience that. They have stories where hundreds of years and shit like that. Or you go into a Buddha mind, Buddha field of like deities and bodhisattvas and things like that. But no one actually does that. Just like no one does a plant. So it's just as profound as a plant. But they, that's what they like, that's what they're doing, that's what they're into, so. Oh, to be young and gay. I envy you, Aditya. Such a happiness.
Was that the same guy?
No, I'm saying that.
Oh.
Yeah. It's 4:30 a.m. here in Australia. Because the windstorm came and it knocked over our tents and it blew out our blankets. So we came to the shelter of the caravan park. There's no you, Lee.
When you say that noise was like in your Myanmar temple, do you mean like monks were just making that noise the whole time?
No, it's the overwhelm.
Oh, just the feeling.
It's the overwhelm of the heat and the things going on and the movement. And it kind of relates to what this guy, Unworthy Coil, is saying, because to have the conversation that we're having here is totally based on self-sacrifice and vulnerability. So if you want to have a conversation like this with your Dzogchen teacher or your Tibetan master, because those are the kind of, we're reading from a Tibetan lineage master here. They're going to tell you first to do 10,000 prostrations. So this is your 10,000 prostrations. Yeah. This is, and we've all got our own 10,000 prostrations, but Unworthy Coil, you need to make some donations. You need to practice some self-sacrifice. There are no appearances in Samantabhadra's ultimate. I don't know so much about Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva archetype, but in Samantabhadra's ultimate expanse, there are no appearances. There's no emptiness. There is neither good nor bad. When what does not exist is taken as existent, identifying labels are affixed to what is but a false hallucination. But even as the labeling takes place, there is no hallucination and no absence of the same. A clear conviction thus is reached that phenomena transcend all names. Such is the fundamental nature of the natural great perfection. Now, what was just coming up was the disclaimer I gave you earlier about not being able to go back. Remember? I was saying you go far in your realization of your practice, whatever, you can't go back to your view, your affinity towards wrong view. So it's going to change everything. So you'll end up like Daiwai out in the desert, living with dogs for 10 years or
does he live in
something.
the desert?
He's a monk. He lives in a hut in the desert for years and years. He's been out there. From before I even was a monk, I went out there and met him. Samanta Bhadra equals the all good, empty cognizance, pure presence, Dzogchen Mahamudra Mahasandhi, Tata Tagarba. So you can't necessarily go back, but you can learn to live with evenness in all your activities, and equanimity and balance. Not really. There's no you, so you can't learn anything. You can't live anywhere. Yeah, the same way you cannot unlearn how to read. You want a refill on your cuppa?
Let's do it.
Here, I got you. Lee, where's the,
See?
yeah.
Ants cube. With the ants.
Ooh.
They're our friends.
You're gonna go back to Shoki. It's good. It is. Yeah.
Ultimate truth?
Doesn't matter what I think.
So there is no ultimate truth? Really?
That's not what I'm saying.
You just said it.
I said it doesn't matter what I think.
No, before he said, have you realized the truth yet, Aditya? And you said, what did you say?
I just said whatever.
What'd you lose?
The rolling paper.
No, you said there is no me to realize the truth. And he said,
Yeah, but I said that from the perspective of me.
yeah,
So
but
it, like,
that's what he's asking. He's not asking the wind if there's truth. He's asking you. He's asking you. He used your name, Aditya,
Yeah.
and you gave him back the coffee of truth, and he drank the fucking truth. See, is the truth. And he's giving you a steaming hot cup of fucking truth, giving it to you on a fucking silver platter, and you just give it back?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what you think
And
is
don't
going
forget
on
to
here.
sign up, everyone, for our upcoming
Well, maybe I-
Don't
1
you
week
want to know the truth?
meditation
something for me to
retreat in
get.
Bali. Spots are filling up very quickly, so you
Then
don't
why
want to
do
miss
you
out
think
on
he
that.
asked you if you've realized, if you don't believe in realizations?
There is no, like,
I'm not the one who's gonna realize anything.
Then who is?
Not me. Like seriously, not me. I'm not trying to like make a joke or be funny or anything. But it's a funny, like, it's just funny because the nature of this whole shenanigans.
I know, but sometimes I feel like you fall back on this whole not me, there is no, but it's like they're just words.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what, like, do you know what I mean?
Not really. Oh my god.
It's about the hypocrisy of it, in that it's happening and it's not happening. It's everything and it's nothing. But that doesn't mean that there is no truth. But if you listen to Dr. Rob, he says don't believe anything I say.
Don't do anything Dr. Rob says either.
Where's mine?
No, I'm serious. I'm serious about that as well.
I don't exist. You exist.
What?
Apparently. According to Dr. Rob.
Sparking conversations is fine. If someone is out of gas, you don't say there's no gas station. So it's not just wordplay. It's remember what the elder was saying about the quality of the sound or how you say something.
The accent.
Yeah, the affect or the
Yeah, the
accent.
affect.
So that's the maybe like the energetic body that's being expressed, being conveyed. Yeah, that's what they say, isn't it, Daiwai? The one looking is the thing it's looking for. An unworthy coil, the thing is you imagine yourself to be sitting at the table, but you have to do 10,000 prostrations, you have to sacrifice your life, you have to be at the table to eat what's on it. And you want to talk about it forever, but it's going to be irrelevant because you're not at the table. Not about being higher or lower or whatever.
Thank you.
And so what you were saying, Aditya, about not believing what people say, this kind of thing, right? But that's when you actually turn it on its head and you see everyone as the Buddha or everyone as the guru. So the people are also just material objects that are God bringing you back home. But to do that is a very high practice. So in the meantime, you can exercise with seeing your guru or your teacher as the Buddha. And then you work with that. You go as deeply into that because this is like a mirror. This is a mirror of your own mind. So if you can see the Buddha out there, you're going to develop an affinity for seeing the Buddha in yourself, the awareness in yourself. And also when we say the Buddha, right, the guru is just like a social relationship, practical social relationship. But the Buddha is just like awareness.
Yeah.
So to see your guru or your teacher is just a practical situation, and to see them as a Buddha, you say, oh my gosh, but actually just to see them as awareness rather than someone or something or whatever.
So which is it?
Which is what? Where's the witchetty grub?
In the trees.
Go and get me one.
You don't exist.
Oh, my pleasure.
dark night of the soul is here.
I've been having one for a decade.
Lucky you.
But maybe the dark night of the soul is nirvana.
There you go. Suffering is nibbana. It sounds good, but can you put that into practice? So that's when, like Lee will go on you're having a conversation. That's when you have to bring forth the sword of wisdom, right? So can you bring it forth? And the sword of wisdom is held together for Manjushri, the archetype of wisdom, with the flower of compassion. So it's not a conflict, it's a cutting that's cutting itself. It's a cutting, of differentiating. So you cut differentiation. And then there's nobody and nothing to be right or wrong or be challenged or to challenge back or whatever.
You having fun yet?
I was gonna say, I see why Rob left being a monk.
Why?
No, I'm kidding, because it's just all this.
Yeah.
Winter's a metaphor. Not ripping us apart.
No, unworthy coil. It's not shut up and dance. It's shut up and pay me. Or shut up and prostrate. Or shut up and sacrifice yourself. Shut up and serve. Shut up and surrender. It's not about dancing. You're going to find yourself dancing with my foot up your ass. You don't get it together. You keep using declarative statements. And then we get to learn the joy of not speaking that way and not being like impractical with how we speak, because not everybody is in that. The context isn't always like that. It's like making a declaration to someone who's your peer, or making a declaration to someone who's working at the coffee shop about your opinion about something, about Donald Trump, even something as simple as that. It's just nonsense. You're just a crazy person. So, you learn to be very refined when it comes to contexts, through meeting that immediacy, that awareness that is free from yourself and from your ideas. Because then you get yourself into debates, which I have a gun, So how are you going to win that debate? Somebody has a gun. And how are you going to win a debate with someone who's not even there? You're just imagining them there, and they're imagining you there. And there's mutual imagination going on.
But if enlightenment is nothing to realize, then why is the libraries filled with Dharma?
Compassion. Compassion. That they even say, the Buddha, when the Buddha was enlightened, I've told this story, but the Buddha said, well, fuck it, I'm free, and that's it. Or fuck it, I and the whole world opened their eyes. But then some deities or some beings came to the Buddha and they said, wait a minute, Buddha, there are people with their eye, only a little bit of dust in their eyes, or their eyes are only a little bit closed. And he said, all right, well, I'll give it a try. And then he said, okay, I'll go and help. Because the Buddha himself thought it was hopeless to teach what he realized, because he didn't realize anything. He didn't attain anything.
Do you think the existence of the Buddha is kind of like proof that collectively everyone will have dust free from their eyes?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
That everyone has the Buddha nature in them, and that is that what you mean?
I don't know what I'm saying.
Well, that's one of the really kind of tender and rich ideas to play around with, is that the Buddha situation is actually real. With this, person who became self-enlightened, and then boom, that created this explosion of this meditative, contemplative school and tradition that's only stemming from the Buddha, and that there were no other sadhus or gurus before that time that had realized that, and then that you can link into that mind-to-mind transmission that's still around and that will actually disappear, I'm not currently leading ayahuasca ceremonies, but I'm building up to it. This is kind of the preparation for my ayahuasca ceremony shaman arc, as well as my yoga instructor arc. Hopefully coming up. Probably not, but. But yeah, I could lead an ayahuasca ceremony in the outback or in the desert or something like that, psychedelic ceremony. But I'd probably need more support, need more well-experienced or well-informed individuals, like with the ayahuasca or with things like that would be, cooperative. Because it's a lot to take on if it's just you leading, where if it's two people that are on the same page, it's a lot easier, actually.
I think there is ayahuasca ceremonies in Australia on the DL.
Yeah, sure, they do it. Yeah.
Isn't that an intoxicant?
Well, it's more medicinal. So, there's no restriction against medicine in Buddhism, so that goes beyond intoxication. So that's where you get like, I just stepped on a bullfrog with a bunch of eggs on it, so now I'm going to go to hell. But actually, you didn't intend to do that. So when you're sick, you have a loss of balance, and so you have a loss of intention, like intentional responsibility as well. So medicine is okay. Andrew Wright, you sound like a retard. But I'm happy to hear what you have to say. If you can get your mind together, if you can get your wits about you, I'm happy to have a discussion with you. Danger close. I'm gonna need to get some new electronics. This dust storm is tearing up all my stuff. No. Remember. You are not equal. We are not equal. You will pretend that we're equal because of your lack of generosity, your lack of self-sacrifice. You're just pretending. You know, your opinion doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up. I'm stronger than you. You're a follower, not a teacher or an equal. You know, shut up. Or I'll shut you up. With a kiss, with a hug, with a dance, with a fart, with a giggle. With a bit of rigmarole. With the dust. But it's not about conflict. It's just, you know, going to someone's house and complaining about what they're cooking, or starting to make comments about what they have in their fridge, or, you know, it's not your place to say that. And it's certainly not what these teachings are pointing to, is your freedom to just commentate on things. How do you do it, Lee? How do you bear yourself? How do you deal with living with yourself full time? Before, you were smoking weed and stuff, right? So maybe just in the recent times you've stopped that. So how are you getting by out there?
I'm finding refuge. There's like, it's like a medicine. I'm feeling the power of, I'm submerging myself in things that are bigger than me, that feel very powerful and that take over. So, and that resonates with me. So it's helping. And you just put yourself out there to not understand what's going on. Things that are bigger and greater than you.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I do hope it helps, you know.
Well.
You keep that, you attach that to yourself.
Oh.
No.
Well, I always had this knowledge or belief or whatever it is, that if you're on the path then of the truth, then the doors and windows of the universe, or that's what I
That's just
call it.
nonsense,
No,
Lee.
but
That's just, what are you trying to do here? You trying to start something up?
No. All I'm saying is that there are powers bigger and greater than this sense of self or you, because you're just a dot. Like, there's bigger and greater.
But I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you living with yourself. I'm imagining myself, if I had to live with you, I don't know what I'd do. So I'm asking you, what do you do to live with yourself in your house, in your life?
How do I live with myself?
Yeah. In your life, in your house, with all your clown shit and your art and your things. How do you live there with your cat?
I just do it.
No.
It feels right, so I do it. This is, what else is there to do?
Yeah.
Like, there's, the alternative is death. So you may as well just make the most of it. And it is beautiful in all its...
What would you do if it wasn't real? If your home isn't real? What would you do then? If you realized that your home wasn't real, and the same for Aditya with his partner, the same for me with my, my life, what would you do if you realized that was unreal? There wasn't anywhere to go back to, then what would you do?
I'd just be here. Like, I'd be content. I'd make lemonade out of the lemons.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I get it. Yeah, because you have experience with that in your life. But it's still, you're still seeing that from, right? Because if your house not being there is you not being there. So what would you do if you weren't there? If you're not there, you can't make lemonade out of lemonades.
But I am the house.
No.
Like, that is,
No good.
that is,
Just reaffirming yourself. The body is me.
well, yeah.
I am this body. I am this mind. What is that I?
I don't know.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Why are
really-
you so reluctant about not knowing? You always want to sing a song or gallivant or take a position. Why aren't you just, I don't know what's going on?
I don't know what's going on.
I know you know that you don't know what's going on. So why don't you just not know? What's
Because
keeping you from just not knowing?
all the structures I've put in place to come to terms with not knowing. They're various, like that. You talk about the scaffold, you know, that's the coping mechanisms and vices in order to survive,
Yeah,
in knowing that I don't know.
yeah. But you have a quality for degrading yourself, right?
Yeah.
You have an affinity towards
Yeah,
that.
I do, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you say affinity, do you mean like predisposition?
Yeah, predisposition, natural leaning towards that, towards degrading yourself.
It's because I feel insecure. There's something going on that I don't know what it is, and so I feel insecure, and then I put some value or sense of worth in, because I don't have it in myself, because it's so fragile.
No.
The
The further you go down the track is positifying or negatifying. So your affinity towards positifying is also an affinity towards negatifying. So whether it's positifying, you should return to non-self or not knowing. And then the negatifying, which it has to, otherwise we lose our life, right? Also to return to not knowing. But you have to, and also the evenness, the equalness, you have to return to not knowing. Because you're making yourself unbearable to your raw experience. Then you're trying to make it up the positive way or the negative way. That's what I see, you know. And you don't need to do that. So it's like the unnecessariness of doing all these things. Not that you can't be degraded, just like not that you can't be chopped up into little pieces, let alone be degraded. But it's unnecessary to do that.
Well,
So the neutralness is dangerous. The positivity is dangerous. The negativity is dangerous. Because it's all based in knowing. But you see, it's almost like you're trying to figure something out, right? But there's nothing to figure out. There's nothing to be done. There's nothing to be resolved. There's nothing to be fixed. You know, there's a part of yourself that would never want to degrade yourself, right? You see how ridiculous that is? That same part of yourself doesn't need to positify anything. It doesn't need to make anything better. Just like it doesn't need to make anything worse. So maybe there's like a deep feeling in you of need. That there's something that you need. But actually there's not. It's like, do you need something to keep warm? Your body's going to do that naturally. The non-thinking is going to think for you. The non-thinking is your higher thinking. And the community, it does a lot of good, you know, the community, to even out your self fixation and even the need that people have. So you go to, I'm not trying to put ideas in your head, but you go to Myanmar, there's all these people that are shitting themselves in bed. You don't have time to positify yourself. Well, you could do that in that situation, but that's why the context of the Dhamma in that situation is very helpful. You know, because you see that there's fucking nothing to sing and dance about. You know, these people are crippled and shitting themselves and rotting in bed. So, you know, happy songs are irrelevant. There's nothing happy about it. And it's not just them shitting in their bed. The whole place stinks like piss, and you can't fix it. But there's still an opportunity to let go, and to let go of yourself and just do. So it should work out, but you need to be patient and you know, take in the refuge and being concerned with, and not falling back into old habits. You know. And that's why, you know, talking about detaching from your own understanding, we have to do that practically by listening to Ajahn Brahm, listening to Thich Nhat Hanh, going to the, you know, I know it's hell for somebody to tell you what to do, but in a sense you're telling yourself what to do, and you're making up this two selves, and that's positive and negative, and good and evil, and traumatized and trauma healing, and it just never ends. It just goes around and around in a circle. There's a lot of people you don't want to hold hands with, so you have to dissolve the whole thing. Or realize that the whole thing is dissolving itself already. You just need to step back, and step back from the stepping back. A lot of medicine. So that's, you know, I can relate, because, you know, I needed a lot of medicine too. A lot.
You think I need therapy?
I think you're already therapized enough. You need Dhamma, you know,
Yeah.
you need Sangha, Dhamma, and more connection with Buddha, which the Dhamma and the Sangha provides. Because the affinity that you have for the concepts and the notions and the principles is great, but you have to practicalize those notions, not talk about it. Nobody wants to hear about that. Nobody wants this. You don't even want this. Because it's not something that anyone can want. So I was talking with Jim Newman. I gave Jim Newman a call after my tent fell over. And he said, the someone would rather be confused than die. So it's like, you know, we've been going through this process. You're willfully confusing because you don't want to die, because you love your life, but that also means you hate your life.
Yeah.
Which is also going to bring up that paradigm with others as well. People are going to love you, and they're going to fucking hate your guts too. But that's not from them, it's coming from within you. Because those people are just within you. They're not really out there. Me and Aditya are not really here. So, for a child, there's nothing more serious than play. You know, it's essential. But returning to innocence is not a song. It's not an arriving or a departing.
There's a lot of distractions.
You're a good candidate. You're a good candidate for being a nun or for
I
taking
am,
some time to go and,
Yeah.
well, the you that's saying that you are is not a good candidate, but you know, it's something that
Yeah.
you can, you know, and digest that kind of overwhelming possibility that's all about you dying, you dying, and that is more important than degrading yourself in any way or positivizing yourself in any way, as disappointing as that can be, because you're very good at it. You know,
Yeah.
I wonder if it's like you can kind of.
you hand that over to Aditya.
You know, like you mentioned earlier, like that the passion of the pursuit and how you were in India and the Kumbh Mela and whatnot and electrified yourself.
Yeah.
So sometimes I wonder that willingness to die as well, if it's not worthwhile to pursue with such passion.
Well, it just depends if you have something to live for. If you don't have anything to live for, then you might as well die, for sure. You might as well have that fully on the table to die. But there's a right way to die and there's a wrong way to die. Truly dying has nothing to do with your body or your mental constructs or anything like that. It's just realizing or attaining nothing. And being willing to go in that way of sacrificing yourself, not your body or your mental constructs. So if you have something to live for, then you'll get a different set of teachings. Maybe you'll get some self-inquiry, and you'll get some support for generosity and precepts. But when we really have nothing to live for, when we can realize that, when we can access that, go. You know, go out into the bush, but go out into the real bush. And there's a bush where there's a lot of need. So you can go there. And instead of being fixated on yourself and your understanding, you can be overwhelmed and humbled and intimidated by this capacity to sacrifice yourself. And then you can say, wait a minute, more closely and more deeply with the habits that you're kind of allowing to run rampant.
That access to the situation where you expose yourself to that
Yeah.
is
Full exposure.
yeah, is you have to really put yourself out there to do that and have that like humbleness and also willingness to, like how you say it, sacrifice yourself as well.
And when you know that yourself has become untenable, which is not true for everybody. There's a lot of people living in Sydney or living in this place or that place where their self is not untenable. Their self is very tenable. It's very reasonable to live out themselves. But when you can have that insight and that blessing to see that me being myself is untenable, continues to be untenable, now it's on the table for you to sacrifice yourself, concerned with really going towards freedom in the most direct way that you can. So we say it's so sad, but actually it's so open. And that openness is what allows us to not be conflicted in positivity or conflicted in negativity or conflicted in neutralness, the unsatisfactoriness of neutralness.
Meditating is really difficult.
Well, there's something practical about it that's not ideal. Kind of like you want some money, so you got to go and work and get some money. Or you want to experience something, so now you got to take a flight and you got to go over there and you got to experience it. And don't limit yourself. You know, don't limit what you could do. It only takes a few bucks in your pocket and a passport to go and fuck up your life even more. You know, and that's what this is all about.
I'm like pretty good at fucking up my life.
Well, then you'd be a good nun.
Yeah.
You'd be a good renunciate then. And that's why, you know, I get this from my teacher. I wouldn't come up with this by myself, but he would say to you and to someone in your position, when you're talking about meditation, you're talking about all this, he'll listen to you forever, you know, until somebody comes and boots you off with their problem or their need, right? He would say, you should fucking become a nun, mate. You know, and he'd welcome you with open arms. But that is just as simple and as basic as saying, here's how to meditate. Here's how to deal with the problem that you're dealing with. And it's very based in community that has a context of the teachings that's primarily concerned with awareness or awakening or freedom from suffering. So I don't say that because I want you to become a nun or because I want to, you know, influence your life in some way, but just because if I would have had that on offer, and that's what I did have on offer, because after high school, I was going through severe mental health problems. You know, I was really going down on a roller coaster, and I didn't have a social infrastructure for myself. So it was just me, myself, and I going down and going bad. And I was able to go and live at this meditation center for a year, even out, and then I had a few years working and living and you know, had a good job and a good thing, and then I said, okay, none of this is working for what I want to be free. So then I tried to like sacrifice on my own and be wandering around and be having this exceptional idea of I'm going to go out there and serve and da-da-da by myself on my own. And I totally exhausted myself in that. And I found myself back where I started from, at my grandparents' house, with nothing and being nobody and a total loser, right? And I found out they were Buddhist countries, and I found the name of what a monk is referred to as, which was Bhante. And it's so funny because at that time, that word Bhante, what a monk is, I had no idea. I had never been to anywhere. And then, you know, I was Bhante Warapano for 7 years, and all this shit that I've experienced as a monk and living in that community. And I went on Facebook and I searched Bhante, and I saw all these monks, all these users. And I sent them a message and I said, hey, I want to be a monk. Hey, you know, what about this? And what they said to me was not, all right, you go here and you'll be able to do this, you'll be able to do that, la da da. They said, oh, you want to become a monk? That's great. It's really good for you. It's one of the best things that you can do. And that was enough for me to say, okay, get saved up enough money working as a Chinese delivery man, abandoned my car, abandoned my life, abandoned my responsibilities, and I got a one-way ticket to Thailand and stayed in a hostel and then just knocked on doors. Because nobody said, okay, hey, you can come here and we'll set you up. Well, no, I went and knocked on doors and said, hey, here I am. I want to become a monk. And then that process just unfolded. You know, it's the best, I can't even say best choice. It's the most essential experience of my life for sure. And it is the real meditation, the practical meditation, the natural meditation. And to have a teacher or a master, like an elder, that will fucking take full responsibility for you and all your shit,
and and have the conditions for you to be in community, and all my shit and all Aditya shit, whoever, he'll take it on, that's full on, you know? But this is not more special or significant or like a life-changing thing than just me sitting there and telling you to focus on your breathing. It's equal in that sense, in its terms of specialness, but we're giving specialness to it. And that's kind of the illusion. And that's what the illusion that will be disillusioned by doing that way more if you did something like that, rather than just figuring how to meditate or even going to a 10-day Vipassana retreat.
Yeah, by yourself is just so difficult.
Yeah.
But when, when you sit there and say you should become a nun, or you're not telling me something that I haven't already known. Since I was a teenager, that was always...
But that's not the point. I'm talking about you getting yourself trapped in shit. I'm talking about sending you to hell. I'm talking about getting you stuck up and locked up and tortured up so that your ego doesn't have holdings anymore. So it's not the ideal. The ideal is just a trick or a trap or a kind of lie to help you out. Become a nun, you're going to go and get tortured. You're going to go and experience torture. It can be a little bit nicer, a little bit worse from time to time, but it's a very difficult experience. And so the real practice here is not me telling you you should become a nun or whatever. It's you taking responsibility for that accessibility and then be overwhelmed by that. Let that overwhelm your ego. Be overwhelmed by that generosity. Not from me, but the Sangha. The living, breathing Sangha.
I'm open.
Yeah. Well, I don't care. It's not going to be my food poisoning once you go over to Thailand or Myanmar and you got a 100-degree fever and you're on the edge of death and they're giving you fucking Tylenol. It's not going to be me, but good idea. Worked good for me. William's talking about focusing. I don't know what William's talking about. Away with fairies. Yeah, but that's not what this is about. This is just you saying that you want water and me saying, I've been over there and there's fucking water over there. And you're kind of crippled by your attachments, your possessions, your responsibilities, your identity that's keeping you from just getting up and going to get water, literally. Not going and becoming a nun.
Well, living in a house and having these responsibilities, I didn't really want them because I haven't had them for a long time.
Yeah, but who cares about that? Why do you care about that?
Well, now I have them.
Well, do you have them in this immediacy?
Well, I want to give it all away. I don't want it. I don't want it.
But you don't have it. Where's your fucking house, mate? Is it in your brain? Did you stuff it up your rear end before we came to the Outback? Where is it?
You stayed there.
Oh, I stayed there.
You were there.
Yeah. Where?
Over there.
Oh, I was over there. And where's there now?
It's not there.
Don't know. Just don't know. But the self always also, it has to make a choice. It has to make a choice between this and that. But you don't have to make a choice about anything. Because the mind is a clear blue sky. And clouds come and clouds go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. So you have to remember the clear blue sky instead of remembering the positivity, or the profit, or the loss, or the fame, or the disrepute. Oh, these people think good about me. Oh, these people think bad about me. Well, the sun, it shines on my face and on my eyes. So in this case, Aditya should sing and you should not. Because you're attached to singing and Aditya is not attached to singing. You should become a nun because you don't want to become a nun.
I don't.
Yeah.
I really don't.
That's why. That's why it's good. There's a lot of people that do tons of meditation, go to tons of those Vipassana retreats, but they don't have a big insight. They don't have the wisdom. So, and that intimidation about what you could do or what you could receive can allow you to release you instead of making up this paradigm of, what am I going to do? You're going to hear the wind. You have to let Lee stop. Let Lee stop. For God's sakes, for all of our sakes. We still got 2 days or so in this journey.
Am I that bad?
No, dear. We can't say the body's bad, but it's certainly not good. Because that want to not be bad is a want to be positive. If it's bad, it's empty. If it's positive, it's empty. If it's a good situation, it's impermanent. If it's a bad situation, it's impermanent. Period. That's what, the silence is kind of saying.
I think I'm a bit scared. And this whole trip has been, I remember when I picked you up from the train station.
Yeah, we got a picture.
And you put the suitcases in the car and then I rearranged them. I'm like, I've got control issues. This whole trip has just been about releasing control.
Yeah.
And that's,
well, you've kind of got a sickness in a certain sense for yourself that you're concerned with this, and it might go away. It might not go away, but the current conditions I'm trying to talk to you in terms of you getting the insight or getting the point, right? And the more authentic you are, the more meaningful it will be or impactful it will be that you actually get the point. Whereas if you're not very authentic, you're not very vulnerable to yourself, to your ego, to your stories, to your emotions, etc., then you just think yourself to enlightenment. You just think, well, I'm fucking Sotapanna or whatever. I'm a stream enterer, etc. So, me considering that, I'm saying your current conditions are too conducive for your self-proliferation. if you want that insight. If you can relax about that insight, you can also relax about being super positive, or relax about being super negative, or relax about being super, callous or neutral, right? I'm totally neutral. Relax about you being any way, every way, and take refuge with the masters. But this challenging is not about your ego. It's trying to point that there's something that's beyond yourself that's already complete. We can say we be nice and then we feel good, and we be bad and then we feel bad and all that. But that's not what this is about. And I don't want to limit you to that. You know what I mean? I would never want to treat you that way, because that would be too dishonest. To treat you as if you are not pristine awareness. What do you think that would mean for you to be pristine awareness, or just awareness? What if that's what you were?
Then I would be free.
So what about you is not free now? Without thinking, without
Trapped.
saying anything.
Trapped.
Oh my goodness.
In the
I is a trap. Lee, I is a trap. I is a trap. I will always continue to be a trap. Every time I will be a trap.
I don't get it. I don't understand. It's hard to get out of it. There's such
Get out of what? Thinking?
the self, like this.
Well, you got to relax your body. You have to relax your body. You need to, I'm not a meditation specialist. I'm more self-inquiry specialist or blessing specialist. So you need to do more blessing. You need to learn how to do the blessing more.
How do you do that?
You already know. You just focus on singing songs and berating yourself instead of focusing on trying to do that, right? So that's where the context comes in. The context that we create for ourselves. And when our lives or whatever is basically, that house is really selfified. Why don't you sell that house, give the money to me, go be a fucking nun?
I'd rather just give it to someone else.
Well, fuck you too.
To the children. Give it to the children. They need a home.
So, it's kind of just like looking off into the distance and the unknowing. Not something, not to find the next thing, but not finding. Looking and not finding. Looking and not seeking. Hearing and not hearing.
I don't own that house anyway.
That's just going back into self. have to have more faith. You have to have more faith. That's just going back into more self. If you can just use that thought against the hordes of your thoughts, then you'll be good to go. That's just more I.
How?
How? What do you mean? You don't know how to talk? You don't know how to think?
That's just like,
That's just more I. You can repeat it. Repeat it. That's just more I. You have to exhaust yourself in these practices. You have to concentrate and fight and exhaust yourself in these practices. Right? No. So you need to learn that no. But you can't learn that no unless it's weighing down on you, oppressing you,
yeah.
violating you, penetrating you, destroying you. And you have to allow that is what all this is. Because you can try to find a good therapist, but I don't know a good therapist.
There aren't any.
Well, there are some, but one I knew retired in America is a Zen practitioner. But if you go and you be around these women and these elders and this movement, you will get therapy that way. Social communal therapy that's concerned with higher wisdom. That's all I'm trying to say to you. That's what your friend Rob is trying to say to you. And if you're not willing to do that, you can see that there might be some frustration from your friend that cares about you as a fellow or former I addict. You're an addict, Lee. But it's kind of like, Lee, it's kind of like sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's hot, but you can't carry the sometimes of it being cold or the sometimes of it being hot with you, or you'll be overburdened. You'll be constantly overburdening yourself. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to think. And you can't think your way through this. You cannot think your way through this. Just like you can't swim and shit. Just like you can't enjoy sex with a man unless you're gay. Or can you? If you're a woman, blah, 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 on and on and on forever. So this is the art of cutting, or the art of blessing. Beyond, opening out, giving out beyond. And also, no worries, let it all go. Don't worry yourself. But if you can push and push and push, sometimes you get a breakthrough experience. Seemingly. It seems that that's happened to Rob. So, Shackled Gup or something says, you have to, Lee, You have to accept yourself and find your own path. Then you'll find peace. That's Tylenol. This is chemo. But that's also just kind of superfluous, story. Not to rain on your parade. But that's the point. That's the chemo.
But to also receive chemo means that one would have to identify with having cancer.
Well, that's the problem, yeah. Identifying as being someone who's going through all these things, and that's the someone who's, well, me, I'm not,
And when you identify with having control
It's
issues,
not connected, it's alright.
in fact, I think we all have control issues because we're all addicted to an I, which is to instill our own control. So I'm also a control issue addict, if you want to put it that way.
And this is what the precepts support and facilitate, is to starve the I. So there's the 5 precepts for general life. Don't steal, don't kill, don't lie, don't commit sexual misconduct, and don't take intoxicants. But the 8 precepts are the real starvation. So no sexual activity, no entertainments, no loose discussions. Then the I really starts to get starved. So and we say, oh, it's very sensitive, I'm very vulnerable, etc., etc. Well, this is the vulnerability of the wind. What story are you going to tell about that? Who would you be without the wind? So that goes back to listening to the wind. And if we want to play together, we have to be strong. Otherwise, we're always putting each other in danger. And so we also have faith in impermanence. So you don't have to worry so much. Sometimes it's so heavy, it's so raining down that it's just fucking wrath. And you can't do any, think about impermanence or something, it's not going to do you any good. But having this faith in impermanence generally says, like, I can have a trust that Lee is not actually there. Or that Lee's Leeing is impermanent. Just like my body is impermanent. Just like your body is impermanent. Just that my thoughts are impermanent. Doesn't matter what those thoughts are. My trauma, my fear, my ego. Because my ego is trying to get attention. My ego is trying to create relevance. It's trying to create a situation out of no situation. It's trying to create someone out of no someone. Because that was indoctrinated into me as a child. You are someone. Take responsibility for the way you look. Take responsibility for the way you act, etc. And so this is almost like willingly becoming a child again, with all the vulnerability that goes along with that. When I was in India, Lee, I was all alone. So I didn't have any well-minded friends around me when it really got intense. So I was all alone, and I was in a country that's not my country, and I was surrounded by hundreds and thousands of people that were looking at me, but didn't have any contextual relationship with me, because I was a monk, but I wasn't a Hindu monk. So and there's not that many Hindu monks walking around. It's not a sensitive culture so much. And it was like my mind had gone out. So all of this was my mind. All of this was my ego. And it was like everyone knew me. It was like everyone knew everything about me. And when I would look at someone, it was like they knew who I was, and they knew my trauma and my fear and my anger and all these things about me. And it was viscerally real. And there was no escape. There was nowhere I could go. I could try to go, but I was already tired and exhausted from fasting and not eating and not having a lot of water and just emotionally exhausted. So I could try to walk, but there wasn't anywhere for me to arrive to. At one point, I went out to the river when I first arrived at that festival, and then I had this big experience where it was like my whole self dissolved, and then I came back, this whole vulnerability, and everything was inter-ar. And then I tried to get out of there, because the people weren't like sensitive to the experience that I was having, like seeing me and knowing what was kind of generally going on, and then saying, hey, do you have a place to stay? Do you need anything? That kind of thing. So I tried to go out. I tried to find a hotel, and everyone was dangerous to me. Everyone was overly non-sensitive to me and what I was going through at that time. And I kind of found myself into like some hotel, and I said, how much is it? Like at midnight or something, like 1 a.m. because I was trying to get away from everything, so that I could rest, so that I could recover, because I had this idea that I could recover and get grounded again. So I went up to this hotel room, and I kind of slept for a little bit, and then the next day the guy comes up. It was $200, this hotel room in India. And even being up in this room, like some nice hotel, I never spent that much money for a hotel in my life, and I certainly wasn't planning on doing it then. Even in this nice hotel up high, all the sounds were all like spirits confronting me and upbraiding against me, and just, like the Buddha talks about being in the forest, or us being in the outback and in the space, right? Like there was just none of that. And I had to leave, even though I wanted to stay another night, but I couldn't spend that money to do that. And I went outside and I went to the street, and immediately I was always in danger. I was always in fear. I was so vulnerable, and I just wanted to be away from everything. And it was so horrible that and my mind was just like triggering itself. My ego was just triggering itself, that I just started screaming as loud as I could in the middle of this Indian street, until I kind of exhausted myself, calmed down a little bit, and then, walked again. And it was just continuing to be wrath, and continuing to be way too much vulnerability and way too much sensitivity. And I couldn't separate myself, or I couldn't separate all these things that were happening from not happening. So the teaching here and the grace here is how so much is not happening. And the blessing is to kind of open up and to give this not happening. That's the grace, right? And you have to kind of not just fill yourself, but learn to give grace and transmutate or forgive or bless all these spirits that are around here. Spirits that are inside, spirits that are, what are spirits? Things. Things that are contracted, things that have habit energy, things that have momentum. And it took me months to recover from this experience. So even that, was impermanent. So I can say for sure that everything with my ego is definitely impermanent. So that's not me trying to make it impermanent. It's just that way, and I just had to get out of my own way, and that meant taking off my robes, losing my entire identity, losing my entire career and hobby and lifestyle and community in a very real sense, because that community of the Sangha was based in me being a monk. And even when Rana came and picked me up and took me back, and all the while was hellfire. Everything was hellfire, because we think about like going into the grocery store, and it's kind of fucking shitty because that's why I keep my head down. I'm not looking around taking all the energies. Every moment, just getting on the train, you think, well, I'm a monk, I'm open-minded, I don't have anything against anybody, nobody's gonna bother me, I'm not gonna bother anybody. On that train, constant psychic overwhelm with everything, And not just that, but the Indian people, they're not Buddhist, they're more Hindu. So they I don't know what they want. But anyways, that like just sitting there in vulnerability and desperation, they didn't like that very much. Maybe a white guy and this kind of thing. So even some people would come to pickle me. But even when I got back to my teacher and the community, it was still constant overwhelm, constant oversensitivity, to the point where I had to say, I need to leave this trip and get the fuck out of here and be alone. And even then, it was still just vulnerability and sensitivity and worry. And, I remember so strongly one morning waking up, I think I actually slept by my teacher that night, and it's kind of this structure that's a part of the center we have there. I woke up in terror. I didn't know why. There was no reason to be terrified, but I was totally just woke up and experiencing terror. So, and I was like, my brain was haywire. My brain was frizzle-frazzled. Like even just sitting there with people that I knew and all their talking and communicating going was electrifying me. And all this trauma and all this fear and all this worry and all this complicatedness about what was going on was just pouring in and out of my mind. So, there's a certain degree of faith, like an automatic faith in me, of the impermanence and kind of transparency of myself. And all these stories, the big story of the world and the aliens and other dimensions and higher and lower, is irrelevant to this immediacy that's so freeing and so relieving and so nothing, that there's constantly making something up about it, creating something up about it. And that striving and that struggling is actually what makes a bigger and bigger problem for ourselves, trying to figure out. But you have that problem, so how do you stop? And if you can't stop, then you just endure, and you don't believe the thoughts that are happening. You practice to say, I'm not believing the thoughts that are happening. And you have to fight. You have to fight to do that if you're in the context where, you're not sitting there and eating food and watching videos. Because the story, right, is that, well, we're going to get back to that. We're going to get to have that again. We're going to get to have that state and that experience again of being relaxed and being fine and all that. But sometimes you will never get it. So stop trying to get it, and it will come to you. It will meet you where you are. So some of the traditions or some of the people they never get to experience impermanence for themselves. Here, you should bless. You should give blessing. Come. The sunrise, so that's a good blessing time. fixating, give out the fixating. Beyond fixating or not fixating, too much out to fixate or not fixate. give me a call, Chinath. If your life is really horrible and turning worse, give Dr. Rob a call. We'll try to talk about it a little bit. Somebody said, Eho Lee, empathy is one thing, feeling entire crowds is on another level. That's exactly how it was, and it was full on hell. Very difficult. Yeah, Eho, like that, but full on, full blast. turned out to be a windstorm. So our tents blew over, and our covers and blankets and all that kind of flew about. So we didn't get too much sleep. Aditya, would you like to help to get everything packed up? Okay. Okay, we start by dragging. The tents kind of got I'd come to Norway to lead a meditation retreat, but I don't think I have many students there, and Norway also very expensive. But I'd be open to it. Heck of a thing. Heck of a thing. So friends, we are in the midst of the storm. We're still here out in Australia in the bush for the meditation teaching tour of me, myself, as a Dharma teacher, meditation teacher, self-inquiry teacher, non-duality teacher, Dzogchen teacher, if that's what you like. And we had a rough night because actually the dust storm came through, the wind came through, and it blew our tents down, blew our homes down, and we had to take refuge in the communal shelter, which is kind of like an overblown tent in the middle of the caravan grounds where we're currently staying, where we're camped out at on our way to the next destination of the journey. The trip is really going good. We're getting some good experiences. Me as a teacher and the students as the followers and the listeners and the sharers. We had a great self-inquiry program this morning, inter-dialogue self-inquiry, and some direct pointing methodologies, Buddhist methodologies, and now after that we did some blessing in the tradition of Wat Ram Bodhidharma Paul. So we are, in a very real sense, transforming our karma, transforming our suffering to really get that view, that right view. That view of not someone, that view of not something, that view of not somewhere, and naturally allowing this mind of self, this mind of thinking to self-purify, to purify by its own power, and in some sense to get ourselves or nobody out of the way of nothing. so that nothing can become paramount, luminous, bright, clear, direct. And, that tends to mean facing our trauma, facing our affliction, facing the deep suffering that we have inside of ourselves. So we've been working with those modalities here early this morning, 6:30 here in the Australian outback. And, the sun has arisen, and so also the sun of awareness is rising. This grand rising of the sun of awareness here and now for you and for me and for anyone, for nobody to see for themselves. Because this is something that you really have to experience for yourself. Otherwise, not only can you not understand it, but you can't even talk about it. And that's why this kind of deep listening is so essential and so important in what we're doing out here in this project and this work. If you have any questions, leave them down below. If you'd like to make a donation, you can reach out through PayPal, WhatsApp, make a donation in any way. We really appreciate the support on the journey and taking that as your own opportunity to practice self-sacrifice and to really take refuge in the work that's going on here. So please do feel welcome to invest in this work, in this project, in big or small ways. Relax the anus. Relax the anus. Relax the anus. Relax the whole body and mind. Head to toe. Relax. You have to see, you have to experience, you have to taste the suffering itself for that compassion to arise, but also for the importance of that compassion to arise. If we don't realize, if we don't see with open eyes, with open ears, with open minds, with open bodies, with open hearts, how deeply, how real that suffering is, well, fuck it. There's no reason to do anything about it. And what we find as empathetic human beings in this mind field, sometimes it's like a minefield, is that there is a lot of suffering in the world. There's a lot of suffering out there, and there's even more suffering in here. So this suffering gives us a sense of responsibility, a sense of commitment, and a sense of need to find a way to make the way of ending that suffering, ending that affliction, and learning this path of no longer justifying our suffering, no longer justifying our anger, no longer justifying our fear, no longer justifying our frustration, no longer justifying our non-stop thinking mind, our I-identified mind. No longer justifying our greed and our stinginess and our want to hoard wealth and hoard possessions and hoard more and more mine, more and more I, more and more owning. It's just more and more things to suffer about, more and more things to weigh you down. Will we allow the suffering to get a hold of us, to dominate us? Or will we step back, relax and release the whole body and mind? Step back and relax and release the whole body and mind. Well, my consistency is empowered and supported by the consistency of the constituency of donors, people who make donations regularly, of practitioners, of people who are following precepts, are people who concerned with the Dharma. And of course, you know, we can say that there's no people at all. But that's just as true as saying that there are people at all. So we want to get out of that duality of there being someone or not being someone. But looking at our mind, looking at the processes of our mind, how our mind works, we can see how heavily affiliated our mental constructs are with someone. So we have to begin to emphasize the opposite, to bring about a sense of evenness, to use the power of not someone just as much as we've used the power of someone, to use the power of not somewhere just as much as we have used the power of somewhere. And this is exactly as it said. I'm not trying to say something else. As much as we're somewhere, as much as I am somewhere, realizing or seeing or being empathetic to me being nowhere, right here and now, that this is nowhere, or that suffering is nibbana, pick your poison. But make sure that you can follow through. Make sure that these aren't lily pads, but solid stones that can be stepped on freely, at ease, with confidence. This is a difficult life, if not for you, for someone else. So, difficulty, where have you come from and where will you go to? Oh, morning thoughts, where have you come from and where will you go to? Oh, my life, oh, my story, oh, me, oh, my, oh, why, oh, why. Shut the fuck up and start listening and start giving. Start being willing to let go, to give up, to give away, to put down, to forgive, to detach, to stop thinking. No thinking aloud. No not thinking aloud. Nothing. Just nothing. Relax your anus, relax your perineum, relax your eyesight, relax your ears, your nose, your tongue, your body and mind. Relax, relax, relax. Stop, stop, stop. Whatever is there is sure to go. So why not hop on the horsey ride of no coming and no going, no arising and no disappearing. Don't just watch, make yourself known. Who are you? What are you concerned with? What are you doing here? Reveal yourself. Make an offering. Share, give, listen. Practice. Practice not practicing anything. Do nothing. Hear without thinking about what's heard. See without thinking about what's seen. Feel without thinking about what is felt. This is the work. This is the path. This is the way of no way, the work of no work, the pathless path. And our donation box is right here. This is our donation box. Can you make a donation? Can you make a donation? All right, Lee. Now, for those who don't know, just don't know. Nothing for you to know. Nothing for you to figure out. Nothing for you to solve here. Just don't know. Just be aware. Just do it. Just do it without thinking about it. Just hear it without thinking about it. Just see it without thinking about it. Deconstruct the narratives of thought in your mind as if you have a mind. It's just a happening. Thoughts are just happening. Who are they happening to? Where are thoughts coming from? Well, why don't you make a donation and look for yourself? You want to have a conversation with me or see what I'm doing, that's your problem. I've got enough of my own problems here. So don't think that you're just going to come along and we're going to have a conversation. You need to make a donation. William Thurman. You need to make an offering. A willingness to give, a willingness to step back and to bless, to give everything, to give the whole body and mind, to give the whole lattice and structure and paradigm of thoughts that your identity is sustaining itself on. Like a parasite in your bum. Relax the anus. Relax the body. Relax the mind. Widen out. Widen out beyond widening out. Think beyond thinking. Don't think beyond not thinking. This is serious. This is going to challenge you. This is going to put you to your limit. And that's when the magic happens. That's when the cracks in the ego shine light out. Widen out, widen out. All right, that's what I'm talking about, William Thurman. Next time, move that decimal point over one more. All right? Thank you for your consideration. Widen out. Step back and widen out. Open up. As if Nothing was more important and nothing was more essential than this moment, right as it is, right here and right now. Well, maybe, William, but we want to see that decimal point moved over one more before we start going down that route, all right? Joy, 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 joy. It's actually relaxing the fixation point, relaxing the focus point. I'm not laughing over here, William. Joy, 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 joy. Relaxing the fixation point, being in the modality of giving, and then out, out, out. Because you will develop a focus point, a fixation point at a certain point. So you keep going out beyond points. You move that decimal point over one more and you keep going out beyond points. Joy, 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 joy. That's great, William, but I'm waiting for that that one more donation, one decimal point over. Not too difficult. You've already made one. Here's the big one. Joy, 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 joy. Let's make an impact. Let's self-sacrifice today. Let's bring ourselves to our edge. Come on. Joy, 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 joy. That's what I'd like to hear, William. Stay in touch. Stay in the modality of giving. Step back, widen out. Joy, 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 joy. Right now we are in our Australian meditation enlightenment trip or consciousness revealing trip. We're here out in the outback in the bush, and we'll be making our way down to the city and flying to another area in Australia where another one of my students are, and some of the members will follow there as well, and we'll continue doing our live streaming and teaching as we have our meditation course going on in person. Joy, 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 joy. Don't be stingy, William. Joy, 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 joy. big country for a big man who's looking for big donations. Good on you, mate. That's what it's all about, eh? And they say there's no real Texans left in Texas. You prove them wrong, William. Everything here is run through and operated through donations, and it's been going on that way for a number of years. So we pride ourselves in our willingness to receive as much as we pride ourselves in our willingness to receive. WhatsApp is a messaging platform. So those people who would like to reach out and make a donation by sharing their experience or connecting in some way, just send me a message on WhatsApp and I'll likely get it. And give without expectation. Offer without expectation. You know, people really appreciate that. Well, the joy, Cassia, of being out on the meditation retreat is that you don't have a choice whether to take it seriously or not. So we're all blessed and we're happy to be sharing that with the community, everyone watching and following online, our choiceless immersion in the awareness that's not based on thinking. Don't just leave a comment, Simon. Make a donation. Make your first donation today. And that goes triply so for Jigme Wangmo, whoever they are. Sounds interesting. I know a very nice Wangmo. Joy, 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 joy. Joy, 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 joy. Joy, 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 Just FYI, my favorite way to be thanked is with a big envelope full of cash. Cold and hard. Joy, 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 joy. Kashi Delek, Namaste, Sawadee-ka. Joy, 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 joy. May all of our offerings, may all of our donations, may all of our work go to reversing the Dharma ending age here in the modern world. See, the philosophers of old and the concerned citizens of the Sangha, they could have never predicted the interlocutation of the interwebs. So now we have an opportunity, do we not, to reverse the Dharma ending age. And it all starts with your financial contribution, or whatever contribution you're willing to make, right here and right now. Tell your friends, tell your family, the food is hot and ready. Joy, 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 joy. Dea dao meganze, ma beganze, ranze samunga de zua. Dea dao meganze, ma beganze. Ranze Munga de Zua, Dea Dao Meganze, Ma Beganze, Ranze Munga de Zua, Dea Dao Meganze, Ma Beganze, Ranze Munga de Zua, Dea Dao Meganze, Ma Beganze, Ranze Munga de Zua. Dea Tao Bekanze, Mahabekanze, Ranza Samungate Soha, Dea Tao Bekanze, Mahabekanze, Ranza Samungate Soha. Dea Daum Beganze, 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 Mahabekanze, Ranza Samungate Soha. And for those who don't know, this is in fact a healing modality. This is a healing mantra, very powerful healing mantra. And I attended a transmission ceremony from the Dalai Lama himself on Medicine Buddha. So there might be some secret good powers in there. Powerful, secret, good powers, special powers. Dea Daum Beganze, Mo Beganze, Ranza Zamunga de Zua. Dea Daum Beganze, Mo Beganze, Ranza Zamunga de Zua. Dea Daum Beganze, Ma Beganze, Ranza Zamunga de Zua. Dea Daum Beganze, Ma Beganze, Ranza Zamunga de Zua. much dust out here in the bush. Everything's covered in dust. And it's a red dust, and surprisingly, this is not the world of red dust. This is the paradise of not too much worldly stuff going on. But my fine electronics are really being put to task. When the fundamental nature of phenomena, their non-existence, is correctly grasped, the nature of their evenness is understood. According to the precepts of the Ati Yoga, summit of all vehicles, Samantabhadra's vast and spacious mind, the greatest of the great, is like sky, beyond both center and circumference. It has the character of unbroken great equality. The fundamental nature as it is of things belonging to phenomenal existence and of the enlightened mind devoid of form is never parted from the state of freedom from conceptual construction. Good day to you, Emmanuel. May you be blessed, may you be peaceful, may you be happy, may you be free from all suffering. May you relax the whole body and mind. Dust of the world. Don't let it be the dust of the mind. You'll be dusty, and it won't be fine. Covered in dust, your eyes will scratch on the views of people and places and situations. Around in a circle, it'll never end. Realize enlightenment here and now. The awareness that shines out before the brow. The one that is looking is the one that finds. The one that isn't, and that's so fine. It's a vine, it's a grind. Not a grind, it's a fine line. Tie. When the birdie goes up, the thoughts go down. When the thoughts go down, where they come from? Bubba dabba dabba wing wong jing jong ding dong. Lava 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 ling long. May you live long. May you be peaceful. May you be prosperous. In all the ways that someone can be. Between divine and fine. When you find that line, you better sign the time. The time of the timeless is the time of the now. What do you do? Hit me in my brow. They say the Buddha was a scholar, but maybe he was not one. La-dee-da-dee ding dong, la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Ba-da-boom, ba-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I am the young Jimmy Bolin. I am the young Jimmy Bolin. I am the young Jimmy Bolin. I am the Shiva is divided as far as I am the Kashmir Abbas Bekwish Viveza. I am the Kashmir Devas Viveza. Excuse me. What are you doing here? I'm just here to meditate. Well, you better watch out because I have a weapon. What are you going to use that for? To see the birds, son. To see the birds. I hope so. I'm a little bit scared to look. Lee! Who are you? Doing good, doing good. Alright, good, better. Once I was a sailing man, now I am. Once I was a sailing man, now I am. Once I was a sailing man, now I am. Now 2 days, Kai. I expect it to be quite a reprieve, and in fact, we floated some ideas of getting a tub, an outside tub, and have it be splash around in there like a rhino, while various members of the community look on and all. I'm hoping that we'll have the chance to experience that. Suit ready. I'm probably going to put on because it's a little chilly. And Ginger, it's time for you to start considering about making some contributions to this work, to this cause. Break open your little piggy bank over there and send some dollary dues for us to put in our gas tank. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll bring a baby pool out to the local monastery and... Oh, okay, Ginger. Well, this is a new season. So all past offerings are forgiven and forgotten. A one-on-one? I don't remember that. How about a one on everyone or a one on nothing? How much does that get you? So what's our plan for today? What are we thinking? We got a lot of time, I think, because it's only 5 hours away. So we could stop somewhere, or definitely got some stinky clothes to wash.
So you get a laundromat?
Yeah, but that's maybe hopefully the end destination is a place with a laundromat. So maybe we'll just stop by at some. Have we we see a place along the way, and we can stop.
I think there's some national parks in there.
Yeah, we could go kangaroo hunting, but butchering it's going to be hell. We don't have a big knife. That'd be a lesson in non-duality. No good, no evil. Slaughter a kangaroo. Don't know if we want to take it there. Lee says no. Both of them say no, so maybe that's the plan. Find a kangaroo and try and get to it. Or I could fight it. I could try and fight it. Okay, well, maybe we shove off because it's cold.
Oh yeah.
We still gotta pay him, eh?
No, I paid it.
Good night, mate. How you doing?
Hey,
How's the wind treating ya? Yeah. Blew our tents over. Yeah. Blew us out. Yeah, me neither. Yeah. Oh, it's good. Nothing a couple won't fix, eh?
Yeah. Well, we're outside, we're all good. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a real Australian
Yeah.
place. Beer, not a cup of tea.
Oh, a beer in the morning.
Yeah, well,
So I offended him.
nothing a beer won't fix.
Yeah, that's what beer wants. Well, maybe he'll adjust his mindset and stop drinking alcohol. That's a nice van.
Mm.
Yeah, the roof pops up, so it makes
yeah.
it like a bigger space.
Oh yeah. But you couldn't. You couldn't.
They call them whiz bang.
There's one.
The van is whiz bang.
How much does something like that cost you? One of those.
Probably like more than 10 grand. My van
US
costs, my
in
van
US
costs
dollars.
10 grand.
So that's maybe 15
Yeah.
or 20.
20, yeah. Easy.
Anybody got a spare 15K? We'd like to get a van.
So, can I look at the map?
Yeah.
What is it? Mozzie, what's that?
The God Almighty.
Oh, God Almighty, because the wind.
It is unbelievable.
Yeah. Toilet into the camera. Cash is preferred, but good on you for your consideration about it. A little bit of a situation here, eh? Thought I lost a few, but might have gained a couple. Oh yeah, the wind's really blowing on you, eh? Well, the dust is really blowing on me. So we'd think that this is the world of red dust. Out here in the desert with all the red dust. But the real world of red dust is our city life. Our life of people and places and situations and stories and busyness. The busyness of our identity. The busyness of our work life, our relationship life, and all of the other people. That's the real world of red dust that's getting in your eyes. And then we start to transition to the world of gold dust, the world of being concerned with the primordial teachings and original teachers of the Buddha field. And that is when we learn that dust is dust. It doesn't matter what kind of dust it is dust. And clear eyes are free from good and bad, the obscuration of good and bad, the obscuration of right and wrong. So before you can be full of grace, you have to be full of giving, eh? Before you can receive a lot, you have to give a lot. No dust. You can hamper my parade. Mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Clouds seem to come, clouds seem to go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Thoughts seem to come, thoughts seem to go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. Not very well organized today. All this dust is in our eyes. Very well unorganized, actually. Eat the dust, eat the shit, drink the piss.